Good afternoon, everyone. I call Committee of Supply Section A to order. We're meeting today to continue consideration of the estimates of the Ministry of Education and Childcare. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $8,178,585,000 be granted to Her Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Education and Childcare Ministry operations to 31st March 2023.
Thank you, Minister. I now recognize the member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Minister through the Chair, has there been, is there a ratio projected when looking into the future in terms of how many new spaces are going to be created, what the ratio is in terms of how many new ECE workers need to be coming into the province and working in those ECE roles each year?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So to clarify, we do project our numbers based on the type of spaces that we need to fill because there's different ratios that's needed for 0 to 3, 3 to 5, and also school age. That doesn't really require an ECE to fill those spaces. So the data that we have is 2,000 ECEs are needed to fill the ideal spaces that we have. And so far, in terms of our funding, we know that there's close to 6,000 that's new ECEs that we've already added to the sector since we started our Childcare BC plan. But if we look at the ECE registry, the good news under the ECE registry that so far, since we started our plan and our recruitment and retention efforts, that a total of close to 16,000 new ECE certifications has been issued. So that is a really significant jump of the number of ECEs that are coming into the field. But it's quite complicated in terms of how we come up with the number of the 2,000 ECEs needed because it really depends on what type of spaces we're talking about. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just confirm with the Minister, those are 16,000 new certifications since 2018, or I've got a note, I believe it came from the advanced education estimates that there are currently 28,200 early childhood educators registered in the province. And can I just confirm if those numbers are the correct numbers? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We cannot speak to the advanced education number. We may have to follow up with them to clarify what number they provided. But for our own ECE registry, which is the main registry that gives the ECE the certification to be able to become early childhood educators to work in childcare centers, that since 2018, it's correct, that we have issued a total of 15,972, so close to 16,000 new ECE certifications. That brings our total to about 31,330. So as the member can tell, that it's a huge, significant jump, that we've added a lot of ECE certifications into the sector who can become early childhood educators working in the field, and we believe that it is a result of the recruitment and retention efforts, the bursary programs, the ongoing workforce support, the wage enhancement that have really spiked the huge interest in becoming ECE, registered ECEs. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister. Through the Chair, how long is the current wait time from the day of graduation for an ECE worker to full registration and their ability to actually work in a childcare facility?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. For our standard processing time is about 4 to 6 weeks for complete in-province and labour mobility applications. But from our understanding that if it's a complete application without any questions, that sometimes it could be processed within days. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister. Can the Minister confirm if the long wait times with respect to criminal record check processing has been addressed? I know that's an MPSSG and RCMP issue, but my understanding was that the Ministry would be reaching out to try and resolve the long wait time. I've been hearing from a number of childcare providers that they can hire, but then they can't get somebody to start because of the long time on those CSCs.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In terms of criminal record checks, currently it's only required by the employer if the employer wishes to do a criminal record check. In terms of timelines for criminal record check, that question should go to PSSG. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you very much. I want to clarify that with the Minister that an employer can hire an ECE worker without actually having a criminal record check done, if that's what I understood.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just to clarify, and thanks to the member, the critic, for the question, is that it is the employer's responsibility to ensure that there's criminal record check, which is required under the licensing requirement under Ministry of Health. In terms of our EC registry, we don't have that requirement at this time. That being said, last year we did introduce the Early Childhood Educators Act that has added a requirement for criminal record check to ensure the health and safety of young children further. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister. There's just a lot there. Although there's different responsibilities in health, there's different responsibilities in childcare. Those things are so closely connected. If you're looking at the ratios of how many ECE workers you need, and those ratios can really drive the issue with the talent crunch, because those what health is doing will really impact how many ECE workers we're going to need. Where I'm going with this is that when I hear the answer that that's not kind of our area, that's, we're not responsible, we don't require the CSCs. Do you see your role, though, sorry, I'm using the word you, does the Minister see the role as one that really needs to facilitate helping childcare providers and helping ECE workers come into the market more quickly and have full support of both ministries working cooperatively together?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I thank the critic for the question, because that's the reason why the Minister of State position has been created in the first place, is to coordinate it and pull together the very broken system that's being left there sitting for too many years without attention, without proper investment. Early childhood educators are struggling, parents are struggling to find spaces. The whole sector, as many advocates has described, not in my words, but it was a really chaotic period of time. So just to kind of look at that and look at that history, there were some work done in the 90s. The Child Care BC Act was introduced, and there were some work to introduce before and after school universal care. but that got pulled away in 2002. Early childhood educator wage top-up were pulled away. Things were stalled for many, many years until 2017, and that is the history of childcare. 2017, we started this work. I'm really, really honored, and I cannot tell the critic how thankful I am every single day as a parent to do this work, to make sure we create a new system. So everything we're doing since 2018 Childcare BC and the budget that has come out is to create a new childcare system. And that includes a lot of work to support early childhood educators to fill the spaces that family desperate need, including our recruitment and retention efforts. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been rolled out to support wages, training, education, bursaries, ongoing workforce support, peer mentoring program, dual credit. I can go on and on of the list, that the support that we've been going into early childhood education. But we understand this is a sector that has been starving for years, and the pandemic has hit them really, really hard again, which is really unfortunate. So definitely a lot done, but more work to do to make sure early childhood educators are properly compensated and well recognized and well supported. And that is why we introduced the Early Childhood Educators Act, to pull the sector together, to make sure they get the recognition they deserve. And that is why we revamped the Childcare BC Act, the legislation last year, to make it an Early Learning and Childcare Act, to pave the foundation even further on making childcare affordable, high quality and accessible, and along working with Indigenous communities and families with children who require extra support and with the diverse needs of BC families. Lots of work has been done, and on the licensing piece, it is under the Ministry of Health at this moment. But that being said, we have been working really closely with health authorities, with the ministry, to see how we can coordinate better in the coming years. It is unfortunate that COVID has really whelmed the Ministry of Health, as everybody knows, but we're not stopping that work. We're continuing to work together. And this year, April, the reason why we moved childcare to education is to pull that system together. So the critics' question is critical, that we're building a new system that families can count on, that childcare can become a core services to BC families with a well-supported workforce for early childhood educators and the diverse sector of childcare providers. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not quite sure that I had asked the minister to give the history or her impression of the history of childcare. It was really just to assure that Ministry of Health and Ministry of Children, Ministry of Education and Childcare were working cooperatively together, because licensing is such an integral part of the work that they do. There is an ongoing shortage of workers who can support inclusive childcare. I've been hearing from a lot of parents as we've been talking about the autism funding cutbacks. They're also saying that it is very difficult to find inclusive childcare. What seats for training have been funded, and what is the current plan to increase these needed positions?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So amount the post-secondary institution training seats that we funded, which is about 1,100, that they do include seats for special needs training. I hope we can use a better term, more supported child development training and supporting children with extra support. So that is included. We don't have a specific number of how many are dedicated, but those seats are definitely there to support more training to support children who require extra support. At the same time, the bursary program, since 2018, we've really highlighted the support to bursaries for early childhood educators who want to upgrade their skill for the currently still called the special needs certification. So that's highlighted in the bursary program, and we've increased the funding for that with a good amount of intake through our partnership with ECEBC on that. At the same time, this year specifically, we've expanded the wage enhancement program to support supported child development workers working in supported child development and childcare settings to support children who require extra support, and that is $3.6 million extra to make sure more supported child development workers can get the wage enhancement. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the crisis in terms of bringing ECE workers into the field, CUPE had made a recommendation that EAs should be given a simplified path to ECE certification. That was part of the conversation and recommendations around seamless day program. Is this something that's being considered?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We've been working with the diverse childcare sector and many stakeholders, including CUPE, of course, on exploring what's the better way to support the workforce. So there are lots of different ideas coming from the community, from stakeholders, including this. We're exploring all ideas and learning from the sector. Nobody has ever done this before. No government has undertaken such a comprehensive childcare plan. Even the federal government is still learning. Provincial government, we're still learning. So we definitely work closely with all the stakeholders to explore ideas, take it back, and then figure out what are the next steps that could currently take. But one thing I think it's important to note is that we need to support the diversity of the childcare sector and diverse needs of families. So we'll be working with all diverse partners on this journey. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does government track how many students who receive the bursaries go on to complete their studies and become employed as ECE workers? And a second part of that question, and does the minister know how many students apply and don't get funded for their ECE bursary?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The data that we know is that about 91% of bursary applicants gets the funding. And then we've seen an increase in our EC registry in terms of the number of EC certification that have been issued. We don't track where do the students go at this moment, but we're actively looking for ways to see how we can track and find better data of how many actually are working in the field. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll shift direction a little bit here. So we've heard the minister say, and have read in some briefing notes received under FOIs, that government is signaling a move away from market-based childcare. And I just want to understand what is meant by market-based childcare.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think when we talked about market-based system, when it comes to the context of childcare, it means that for years and years, childcare has been left to the market. It was really broken. There was little investment from the government. It was only left to the market to grow, to set fees, to decide how childcare is being operated, other than the basic requirement from licensing and the others. So the vision for our government is that, we've heard from parents. Parents have been sharing that they want government to help. They want government to help with their childcare needs. They want government to support for them to access more affordable childcare. Parents want savings in childcare. Parents want more spaces. Parents want quality, inclusive early learning care system. And parents also want diversity of childcare services. That's already there, including family childcare, in-home OTH childcare, for-profit, non-profit, government-owned, Indigenous. There's so many ways of how we work and support and offer childcare services here. So based on the parent ask, and families want government to support childcare, that's why we've been doing this work, to make sure it's not only left to the market. So government is investing significantly in childcare. Like I mentioned yesterday, with $2.7 billion new funding and more to grow in the coming years. And it's really key to remember that we are committed to work with the childcare operators of all kinds, public, for-profit, family, Indigenous, nonprofit, everyone, to continue to work together to serve the needs of diverse families. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. So the confirmation that I was looking for, I believe I got it right at the end there, is that you can be a privately owned and operated childcare provider. That's not what we're saying when we're moving away from market-based. We're just saying that the way our fees are structured and the fees that are being charged to families are not based on market. They're based on the programs that are being provided by the Ministry of Education and Childcare. I also have to keep practicing that. So that is good clarification. Of the 130,000 spaces currently operating in BC, how many of those spaces are included in the current CCFRI funding or CCOF funding?
Minister.
Among the current providers who are in our CCOF program, about 93% are enrolled in CCFRI.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard the minister say, and I understand that childcare operators are also hearing from ministry staff, that if they aren't happy with the fee caps or they're not happy with not increasing a fee request, then they can simply opt out of the system. Can you let me know how many childcare providers have in the last year opted out of participating in the CCFRI?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So last year, we have 193 providers that opted out who are eligible for the program. It's important to note that there are some providers under this CCOF program, but not eligible. That's why they're not part of CCFI. So only about 193, which is a very small percentage of out of all the childcare providers that decided not to be part of this program. And I also want to correct the member statement. It is incorrect. In our ministry has always encouraged providers to join the program. It is important that more providers join the fee reduction program so we can pass on the savings to parents, so we can partner with providers to bring more affordable childcare to BC families. That's always our goal. We would never discourage any providers not to join, so it's important to correct that, to make sure we continue to welcome providers to join, and we're really happy to see how, I remember the first year we rolled this out, the opt-in rate was about 75%, 80%, 85%. It has steadily grown, and now 93% of CCOF operator participating in the program, among others who are not eligible, it's a significant amount of providers. The vast majority, almost all providers in this province are part of the CCOF program who are eligible. Thank you. Sorry.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would like to correct the minister's correction because I have a number of emails and emails actually exchanged with what was MCFD and childcare providers with that exact message. But I will provide those to the minister outside of this conversation here. So I have had a provider who has just had a fee increase request denied. That request was 1.8% and has been a historical increase. Knowing that we've got an inflation rate of around 6%, this childcare provider was really questioning what are the factors and the screening criteria used by the ministry to approve or deny fee increases.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. For the members' information, from our understanding for this year, we have not officially denied any providers who has applied. There has been some negotiation and alternative fee calls that has been going on in conversation with providers, but we've not officially denied anyone, so just to clarify that. But of course, if the member opposite has an individual case that she would like us to look into, we're more than happy to do that. In terms of how we adjudicate fees, we've been doing this during the past few years. For providers that request a fee increase, the ministry reviews each provider's recent and planned fee increases, and that could decide whether if the fee increases is nominal, is it in line with other fees in the region, is it in line with the historical fee increase pattern for their facility, and or what's the proportion to an exceptional situation or expense. So we've been doing that, and staff does a really incredible job, and I really want to give a shout out to all of our staff who's been really working hard looking into individual cases, working with providers to encourage providers to continue to stay in this program as we continue to deliver affordable childcare for BC families. We also have other funding for providers to help them to maintain their spaces, operating costs, and other costs. The intention of the fee reduction program is really to pass on savings to parents. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you to the minister through the chair. I'll shift a little bit. It's along the same lines in terms of fee reduction and what childcare providers are being reimbursed for, being paid for. At the end of this year, this government has committed to the federal government that we will have all spaces. There'll be 12,500 will be the $10 per day childcare spaces, and the remainder of spaces will be 50% of market, or I believe this government has said $20 per day for the remaining spaces. Can I understand the roadmap in terms of how do we get from where we are today to having those spaces, 120,000 spaces, $20 a day spaces by the end of this December? What is the roadmap for that? And how does it impact all of these other programs that are working with childcare providers?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So through the federal agreement and through some of the funding that we've already given provincially, we've also funded $10 a day site as well. So the joint effort will bring the total number of $10 a day spaces by the end of this year, 12,500, which will have more application opportunities open. And I welcome members in this House to encourage your local providers to apply for $10 a day spaces as we continue to expand and provide relief to families. As for the cutting fees by an average of half, so it's important to know is on average because it depends on the cost of childcare in each facility, that we plan to do this through the CCFI program to continue to expand parent savings, the portion of amount of savings that's going into parent. And it's also important to note, other than the $10 a day site and through our measures through the fee reduction program. And the 50% average is cutting from the 2019 level, which is another important note that because 2019 we already rolled out the fee reduction program, fees already lowered, and we're going to lower it even further by an average of 50%, and that brings to about $20, $21 a day average, depending on the cost of childcare. And other than a 10 a day and the fee reduction program, it's important to note that thousands and thousands of families are benefiting from affordable childcare through the affordable childcare benefit. That's created a broad savings, significant savings up to $1,600 a month to lower a family and a child's childcare fees to about $10 a day or no cost at all. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I'm still need some clarification on actually how that's going to work. I've been speaking to a number of childcare providers who have heard nothing from government in terms of where that is, how that fee change is going to happen. Parents have an expectation that on January 1st of 2023, they're going to be paying $20 or $21 a day for childcare. Is that in fact going to be the case? Are all British Columbians who have children in childcare right now going to be either participating in one of the $12,510 spaces, or are they going to be paying $20 or $21 a day as of January 1st? All children in childcare in BC.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So to clarify, it is children, for this year, is children the age 0 to 5 who are attending a licensed childcare that's participating in a CCFRI program that will get the significant savings to cut their fees on average by half. And then there are also children who are attending the $10 a day sites that are already getting $10 a day. But for school-age children, our provincial government has committed, and we have funding allocated to reduce fees to an average of $20 a day, again, on average, depending on the cost of childcare, next year in September. So 0 to 12 next year will be on average, if they're part of our CCFI program, which is 93% of providers who are currently in the program, to join this program and find significant savings in their childcare fees. We are working really closely with all stakeholders, childcare providers. We've done town halls, engagement sessions, And we've learned a lot from providers as well, and we've been taking their feedback. So the ministry is really committed to continue working with them to be able to roll out the details and enhancement and share more information in full this year. So we'll communicate that with parents and providers, and we hope the critic understand this is a huge undertaking, and we thank all the providers who are part of our CCFI program, and we look forward to making sure by the end of this year, 0 to 5 on average will have their fees about $20 to $21 a day, with many children under $10 a day or little cost or no cost for their childcare at all. Thanks.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. So the 91%, so the licensed 91% of the 130,000 are going to, who are sorry, I'm having a hard time speaking this afternoon, Minister. They will be eligible for that reduction for the $20 to $21 a day. Can I just skip back to the $10 for a moment? Is the applications, right now there's about 6,500 spaces either approved or open and operating that are $10 a day, and there need to be 12,500 by December. Are those, are applications open at this point yet, or do you already have enough childcare providers to be able to provide those $10 a day spaces? And will that be realistic? If those applications haven't come in, if they haven't been approved yet, how will the ministry approve and make sure that they have operational 12,500 $10 a day spaces by December 31st of this year?
Minister.
Madam Chair, we are planning and hoping to open the application process in June, and we're quite confident that we can go through all the applications. We've already done this twice. Our team is very experienced with processing $10 a day childcare sites and contract, so we're confident that we'll be able to get it done and deliver the services and the promise, the commitment to families by December. And based on our previous intake, for example, the most recent intake that we had over 600 applications, and that is a really strong interest from the sector. A lot of them have indicated that they're going to come back and reapply it again. We're quite confident that we'll have way more applications to be able to fill the commitment of 12,500 $10 a day sites. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you. You're speaking like I am today. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Minister. I just want to dig down into the mechanics a little bit more of the actual funding model for the $20 or for the, I'm not sure if I should be calling it the $20 because I've heard that in some of the press releases, or if it's the 50% reduction. I'm going to go with $20 just so we know what we're talking about. Is that going to mean that the CCFRI, the subsidy for parents, is then increased so that it then provides enough funds to the childcare provider so that the final piece that the parent has to pay is only the $20? And please excuse me if I didn't articulate that properly. So thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this is on average 50% reduction. So I'll give the critical example. Currently, we have parent savings up to 350 savings. So we're working on the details in terms of how much savings we're going to bring, what's the number that we are going to provide the savings to parents. So you'll bring the fees for childcare providers that are part of our CCFRI program to bring down the cost to, on average, about 50% reduction for all those eligible facilities. So that's the details that we're working on. So in some ways, I think the critic is correct that it's increasing the amount of savings parents are currently benefiting from those programs, and to bring it to an average 50% for 0 to 5. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not in my words, but in the words of a Facebook group of childcare providers, referring to the contract renewal this past year as a hot mess, there are some concerns that the transition to this new $20 or the 50% reduction is going to not be as smooth as they may hope, and are concerned that they're going to have to be paying money out of pocket for staffing, for leases, for all of those things, and they're not going to be reimbursed in a timely way. Is the minister able to give a guarantee to those, or give some confidence to those childcare providers that this will run smoothly and that they're not going to be having to fund anything out of pocket themselves?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's important to note that providers are not funding anything out of pocket when we're rolling out the measures to support parent savings, which is critical. And we have actually indeed been increasing operating fund support and other support, and we're committed to continue to learn from providers of their experiences. I'm personally on a lot of the Facebook myself reading comments, even though Premier Hogan keeps telling me not to, but I do. And our team has been taking feedback, tons of correspondence back. We have a very experienced team that continue to learn, continue to engage with providers. We've personally met with a lot of providers to engage with them and hear from them to figure out how do we do it. So we are very experienced in terms of how to roll out a fee reduction program. And also it's important to note we're doing this mid-year. So we are simply changing the rate of the parent saving, which is connected to the previous question. So we're expecting very minimal interruption of services or any issues. Of course, with changes, there's always questions, and I totally understand provider has a lot of questions about this big change. It is a huge change and benefit to BC families, but we're committed to look at experiences that we've had from the past 4 years of rolling out the new fee reduction program, take those feedback, continue to engage with parents. We did a lot of engagement session during the past few months as well to learn from providers and hearing their voice and the issues that they pointed out. And we thank all the providers for always sharing their very honest feedback with us. So we're quite committed and quite confident that we can make this a very smooth process to bring the savings to parents. And again, this is the mid-year of the contract, so we're expecting it to be as smooth as possible. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister. I would like to ask one question prior to then asking for a 10-minute break, if I might. Will the childcare providers, to the Minister, need to actually apply for this change, or will they just see an automatic increase in their CCFRI funds that they receive? And just to qualify, saying not out of pocket, if a childcare provider is being reimbursed for something or is being subsidized for something, if that money does not come to them prior to them having to pay for it, they are actually indeed paying out of pocket. So that's why the timing is very important for this. So will they need to actually make an application again, or will it just, they'll just see those increases in their CCFRI reimbursement?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for all the approved CCFRI facilities for the 2022-23 year, this is going to be simply a rate change for the fee reduction portion. No applications is required. So that is why we're expecting it to be a smooth process to continue to work with those providers. And I appreciate a member's question about out-of-pocket cost. A few years ago, we learned from providers about their experience, so we made sure that providers can invoice 15 days before before the start of the funding so that they don't have to pay out of pocket as long as the paperwork and everything is in place and we can continue to bring the savings to parents together. Thank you.
We'll call a 10-minute recess now, so returning at 5:06. 4:06. We're recessing now till
I call the Committee of Supply Section A back to order. We're currently considering the budget estimates of the Ministry of Education and Childcare, and I now recognize the member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Madam Chair. I'm going to go back to the Minister just on a little bit more clarification on the CCFRI and what we were just speaking about prior to the break, was that it would be seamless for childcare providers in that the portion of that CCFRI will simply be increased in order to reduce the fees by 50%. The mechanics of that, just so that I can understand, currently it's like a set amount, $350, or depending on the kind of child care you have. But if it's to compensate for 50% of the rate, how are you going to make that determination? Are you going what you said, the 2019 rates that the child care provider had? Are you just going to then tell them what that, it's not going to be 350, it's going to be 725 for some, it's going to be 850 for others, it's going to be 900 for somebody else? How is that going to be determined? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member's question is exactly what we're working on right now. This is a really huge undertaking. It's a massive funding going into parents' pocket, massive saving in childcare fees. So we're working on the details of policies and how it's going to be rolled out, how the rates and everything are calculated. But the good news is, well, the information for the members' information is that we do have a lot of data that we've never collected before. We've collected tons of data since we rolled out the Childcare BC plan in 2018, including median wages, how provider charges fees, what type of fees they charge, a lot of regional information, a lot of provider information as well. So we're going to take all of that into calculation. And at the same time, that is the reason why we've done a lot of engagement with providers during the past few months with online sessions, information, communications. We've really increased as much as we could the number of engagement we could with providers, and we're going to take a lot of people's feedback into our policy decisions, and we're more than happy to share this as fast as we could because we know providers want the information soon. We want to partner with them, so we're expecting that in the fall. More information will go to the providers, and if the member opposite or the critic has any feedback or questions, we're more than happy to learn together as well because we want to get this right and make sure that we can pass on those savings to parents. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister. I felt good after the response to the previous question, and now I'm nervous again. The response to this question is that 7 months from now, there needs to be a way for that smooth transition to happen. So January of 2023, there's got to be a smooth transition. And it concerns me that I'm hearing that that's kind of, you're just trying to figure that out right now. So I just want to, I will take the Minister up on the offer to have some further conversation about this. We both want the same thing, which is to make sure that childcare providers are not left in the lurch, and parents aren't left in the lurch either in January when they have an expectation of these fee changes. But I just want to flag it's a concern when I hear that, yes, that's the biggest part of the policy change, and we're not really sure how it's going to work yet, and it's 7 months away. I'm going to jump back. I'm going to actually, what I will do now, I'm going to pass to one of my colleagues for some questions, and then I'll do the transition shortly then to some of the more education-focused questions. Thank you.
Recognizing the member from Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair. Through the chair to the minister, my question is about my riding in particular, but I'll ask it for the whole of Kelowna on behalf of the other MLAs within our riding as well, or within our area as well. And that is, do you know how many, or could the minister please answer how many new spaces have opened in Kelowna and area, I will say, over the course of the last year?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So If the member is asking about, I'll mention 3 ridings that we have, which is Kelowna West, Kelowna Lake Country, Kelowna Mission. Among the 3 ridings, in total, we've funded and supported the creation of 1454, so it's 1,454 spaces. We don't know exactly how many are in operation. We're happy to dig into that for the specific region, but what we know is amount of 30,500 spaces that we've funded. About 10,000 of them are already in operation, and if construction and everything goes well and COVID doesn't hit us hard again, I hope, that we're expecting about half of them that will be coming operation by this end of this year. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. So of the 1,454 that the minister just indicated were funded, if I use the same ratio of the 30,000 and having approximately 10,000 open, am I to assume that approximately 1/3 of that 1,454 funded would be actually opened? Or is that a difficult number to ascertain?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're unable to provide the specifics of how many, but we can definitely look into it to dig through all the spaces that we funded and see which project. But it's hard to say it's a percentage of how many is funded because it really depends on the project, what type of project it is, how fast, and the contract and everything. But I do know many are in operation because there was a really great project that's brought by the member opposite, one of your colleagues. It's Kelowna Lake Country. They had a community center. That was actually one of the first projects that we funded that we're really proud of because it's a community center. Government took the initiative, the local government worked with the provincial government together to build a really high quality inclusive space, and I know that one is in operation, so I would assume some are in operation. Really happy to look into it further, but we are quite committed to work with individual providers to continue to make sure those spaces are becoming operational as soon as possible, but at the same time making sure there's early childhood educators working in the field to fill those spaces. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that, for the answer, and I look forward to the rest of the answer. Could the Minister please describe, of the 1,454, how many of those are in the private sector, how many are in the public sector, how many are the $10 a day, and how many are the $20 a day spaces?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We can definitely get more detailed statistics to the member opposite in terms of the regional statistic. We don't have that right now, but happy to dig into it. But what I have is we currently have 105 $10 a day spaces. That's scaring the hell out of our staff here. $10 a day spaces, that's in Kelowna West, Kelowna Lake Country, Kelowna Mission. We're committed to continue to work with local providers throughout BC communities to make sure there's more better equity amount to all the communities to access $10 a day spaces. But that being said, we do deliver $10 a day through our Affordable Childcare Benefit Program, and parents are finding savings under the fee reduction program, which will bring down the cost of childcare to an average $20 a day by the end of this year, which is cutting fees on average by half. And among those programs so far, we have combined in terms of operating funding support, money back to parents, maintenance fund, and New Spaces Fund startup grant. Among the three ridings, Kelowna West, Kelowna Lake Country, Kelowna Mission, we've already given back about $100 million to that community. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and I look forward to the Minister's elucidation on those details. My last question is actually going to be because of an outcry within our community, and largely from parents, but also from providers, from people who have had their daycare spaces actually reduced or closed because of new spaces opening up. There seems to be somewhat of a shortage of ECE workers, and so there's almost a shift. One will open, but it actually costs another's spaces in terms of being able to stay or remain open. So I've had a number of parents that have been quite upset because finally they have, received the coveted daycare space, only to be told that because they were last in, they'll be first out because of a reduction of those spaces. Could the minister, through the chair, actually give me a number of how many of those daycares have actually reduced the number of their spaces within the three ridings?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we don't have the specific regional data in details or the opening and closure. Historically, childcare providers, sometimes there's operational reasons, there's many reasons and factors in terms of how providers may close or operate or expand. Quite a lot of different scenarios that we've learned during the past few years. But what I can tell the member opposite, what we have is across the province that the number of childcare spaces that's currently in our operating program has continued to increase and has actually quite increased quite significantly during the past few years. So, for example, in 2016-17, the number we had at the time was 108 spaces, around 108,000 spaces, 108, 110. And then it has increased to this year about 132,000. So in terms of the number, and that of course counted the spaces that could have lost and could have increased. So the number of spaces continue to increase, and we're projecting that increase to come in the coming years based on the number of spaces that we funded and supported and other factors. But what we can say is, of course, early childhood educators have been struggling across the province, and many providers are, and parents are being impacted because of shortage of early childhood educators, and the pandemic has hit the sector really, really hard. And that is why we started a strategy to support early childhood educators in 2018 to look at how do we support their training, compensation, wages, and our wage enhancement program, the $4 an hour wage enhancement program. We've got really, really good feedback from early childhood educators who want to stay in the field. We know that's a start to support their compensation, and the average wage of early childhood educators has increased from $18 an hour in 2017 to about $25 an hour now. We'll continue to work on that. We've committed to build a wage grid program to support early childhood educators. We've also increased the number of post-secondary training seats. We have bursary programs that's given out thousands and thousands of bursaries and supported tons of students. I think it's over 6,000 students being able to pursue their education. And that's why we talked about earlier how the EC registry has seen a significant number of increase of early childhood educator certifications. And then at the same time, we did a legislation to focus on early childhood educators to make sure we can continue to build on this work, to look at every possible opportunity to support their training, wage, compensation, as we make sure that this sector is going to be better supported down the road. So I appreciate the member's question, and the member, through the chair, if the member has any questions about the regional need and the situation, I'm personally more than happy to learn from the member directly. Our team is committed to connect with local providers. I would love to visit Kelowna again to look at some of the center and really hear the feedback directly, and just to learn about how can we work together to make sure parents have access to affordable, high-quality childcare. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair, and to the Minister, thank you for the answer. I would love any regional data that you'd be able to give, and please, you are more than welcome to come and visit Kelowna anytime, and we will talk childcare ad nauseum, and I'll make sure that you have a great roundtable discussion with childcare providers as well as parents who would go. That would be great too. So I just by way of clarification slightly, the numbers that the minister gave, we've got approximately 23,000 additional spaces that have been opened or that are licensed. So could I use the same ratio of licensed to actually determine what Kelowna's total net new spaces would be? Or is it possible to get that regional information at some point?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll be more than happy to follow up and get some regional information to the member. I apologize that we don't have a lot of those numbers right here in terms of the regional divide. We have the provincial numbers. Happy to look into that, and also appreciate a member for welcoming me to Kelowna. If I can solve my own childcare problem and figure out childcare for my son, I'll definitely be there. Thank you.
Member from West Vancouver, Kelowna.
Now, that would be a big riding.
Welcome to Kelowna.
Sorry, Capilano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm hoping that the minister and my colleague from Kelowna Mission will invite me also to come on that trip. I would like to clarify with the minister, just tacking on a little bit to what my colleague had said, is understanding that there are closures because of staffing shortages. When the minister says there are 131,000 or 132,000 spaces in British Columbia, is that including spaces like the Oaklands Community Association, which is completed and is being funded, but actually isn't open because it has a staffing shortage? So where there are providers who are closing because they don't have enough staffing, are they still being included in that 131 or 132,000 number?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So the number we are providing, the 132,000 spaces that are funded under our childcare operating funding program, means that they are in operation, they are serving families and children, and that is why they are getting the funding. So that is the number on average on a monthly average that are available to parents. The reason why we count the monthly average is because the number does change throughout the years, sometimes depending on licensing and other reasons. So we are not providing the total number of spaces that's available, which maybe should be more. It is the number of spaces that are available to parents on an average monthly basis. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you to the minister through the chair. And now for something exciting and different. I need to go back, as I missed a question earlier. 33 million, there was a $33 million budget provided to the City of Vancouver, and they were committed, the city was committed to building 2,300 child, oh, I'm not supposed to be looking at that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I do have it here, okay. To building 2,300 spaces, and last year's estimates, when we met last year, none of those had actually had been built or were operational. So can the minister confirm at this point, of those 2,300 from that $33 million budget, how many of those are built and operational now?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because the City of Vancouver is responsible for the project delivery plan and working on local partners and developers to make sure they deliver those services to families, our staff currently doesn't have the information. We do have the funding information, but we're happy to dig into it a bit more and provide it to the critic later. Thank you.
Member.
Through the chair, thank you very much to the minister. To quote, now pardon me for a moment as I get all my notes here. So to quote a briefing note, again, we received through an FOI, quote, for-profit space creation is trending upward, indicating that funding space creation will further enable the disproportionate growth of this portion of the sector, unquote. I would like to know from the minister, who should be eligible to receive public funds for operating existing or new child care in the next 5 years under this Child Care BC plan?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So it's all licensed childcare. We're committed to partner with all licensed childcare, including for-profit, non-profit, Indigenous, publicly owned, family, in-home OTH providers. There's so many different ways of running childcare in BC, which is great because it really serves the diverse needs of BC families. So when I mentioned about operating funding, that could include our operating funding program, fee reduction program, wage enhancement program, the funding to maintain spaces, and startup funding. So we are committed to partner with all providers. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. Just from a time check perspective and for the staff, I'm not sure at what point we start to shift. I'm going to now, Madam Chair, start to ask questions, not specific education questions, but it's that transition piece. So, but we will be moving into those where the Minister of Education and Childcare will be required. So my question to the Minister right now, what does the transition to education look like for school boards? We're wondering this, and questions that I'm hearing. Will school boards have the authority to make their own determination on where and which schools require childcare? And will that need to come out of their own capital budgets for funding?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I think it's important to note that so far the move of childcare from MCFD to education is quite a technical move of changing childcare under a different ministry, but to really, down the road, coordinate services better for children 0 to 18, which is the goal and which is aligned with many other jurisdictions that has better support and a better childcare system. We are committed to engage with school district to figure out the future, what the future would like, and also education partners, local community partners, and childcare providers. They continue to be really important part of this conversation, that we all work together to see how we better deliver services to children and families. At this moment, of course, all funding programs remain the same. So, for example, school district have access to new spaces funding. That's going to remain available to them. We also have all the other funding programs, the funding to maintain spaces and also startup grant that's available. So that all stays the same. And we're going to continue to work with local partners and school district to look at this transition. But the focus is really on how do we better deliver services for local families based on the needs of the local community. So this move under education is definitely a positive one to see how we better, just like school district has always been, to address the local needs and the diverse needs of BC families. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I understand what the minister has said is that the devil's in the detail, I think, at this point, in terms of how all of that is actually going to work and how minister will be working with the school boards. So I understand that there's not a definitive process for making those decisions at this point. And if I can tack on to that, is what would the minister say to alleviate the concerns of either a private or not-for-profit before and after school care provider that's located right now a block away from an elementary school?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We are committed to continue to work with all providers, for-profit, non-profit, school district-run childcare or local government-owned Indigenous childcare to make sure we continue to work together to deliver the services. There's so much need. There's no intention to push anyone out from the system. We need all providers, everybody, to stay in the system, to expand their services, and new providers coming in the sector. That's why we need all partners. And the move to education is really to figure out how do we utilize, for example, public assets better. A great example that I've heard from many family providers that are near schools is that they always ask the school district, can they utilize the playground? Can they utilize public assets so they can get licensed and they can serve more children? And that has always been a barrier in some communities, not the others. And there's inconsistencies among different communities as well. So those are actually the feedback that we've learned from for-profit, nonprofit, and family-based providers. And we want to be able to solve that by working together to look at how can school district play an important role, how can we utilize our community assets, how can we focus on a child as a whole from 0 to 18. So definitely lots of learning and lots of consultation to do, and we've already started this conversation a long time ago. If the critic has any feedback, more than happy to hear from providers about the concerns or the fear or the questions for the future. And really, I think what we're looking to is opportunities to encourage more providers to utilize public spaces, more providers to be able to serve families. And I understand change always comes with questions, and that's why engagement is important, and we're really committed, and our team is very committed to continue to engage with providers to address those questions. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. And through the chair, I know the minister has got obligations, and we said that we would try and wrap this up, and so keep you free for tomorrow. So I will end this piece of it with some clarifying questions. I would like to just clarify, my understanding is that net new opened spaces, those operating right now, net new, are 10,000 since 2018.
Minister.
Madam Chair, so that's incorrect. The 10,000 spaces are government-funded new spaces that has become in operation out of the 30,500 new spaces that we funded. In terms of the number of new spaces that are in operation, the data that we have in our childcare operating funding, so those are the spaces that are receiving operating fund from the government, it has increased. For example, from 2017, which is 111,000, to this year, it's 132,077. So the actual increase, we're looking at about, I wrote the number and I forgot, 21,000, about 21,000 new spaces that are currently in our new the childcare operating fund. But that being said, it's also important to note that that's only the spaces in the childcare operating fund data. We also have the license not required spaces, and also spaces that are not receiving any government funding that could be licensed, that the Ministry of Health and the local health authorities may have those data. If the critic wish, we can definitely connect with the ministry and figure out if we can pull those data. But even just based on the numbers that we have under our childcare operating fund, it has been a 21,000 net increase of new spaces that we're funding. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, now I do have some additional questions for the minister. I'm confused as to some of the numbers that we spoke about last year, and I just want to make sure that we're defining net new the same way. In the estimates process last year, we determined that under the Child Care BC plan, that there were 6,000 new spaces, not maybe we are, I think maybe the confusion is talking about those that have been, that have funding announcements. So of the funding announcements, there are 6,000 net new spaces from last year. An additional 4,000 of those funded announcements have been opened. So there are 10,000 of the funded spaces are actually open and operating. And none of those are conversions from, not licensed to licensed or anything else. Those are net new spaces. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And sorry, and sorry, I was, got to get used to this, through the chair, and clarifying of those 10,000 spaces, how many of those are accessible spaces?
Minister.
Thank you. When it comes to accessible spaces, it's important to note that all spaces that we fund, they are required to go through rigorous licensing requirement and also BC Building Code to make it accessible. So in some ways, they're all accessible. But I understand the critic may be asking more support for inclusion and children who require extra support. We don't have the exact data in terms of how many spaces that we funded has that specific focus, but we do put quite a strong focus, and priorities are given to childcare providers who are providing extra support to children with extra support needs. And for our provincial data, we do have numbers that shows about 1/3, about 32% of providers has the full capacity to support children with extra support needs. Half of them have some capacity, and about 18% of them have no capacity. But in terms of our Childcare BC plan, a lot of our funding, including the New Spaces funding, funding to support training and early childhood educators to make sure they continue to get, for example, special needs certification, and training to get extra, as to be able to support children with extra support needs. We've really put a strong focus on inclusion, because our goal is that down the road, that all children, regardless of their needs, background, diversity, they can all access to childcare. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to express my appreciation to the Minister of State and to her team on all of the work that you've done to provide this information to me. I've always been a strong proponent of universal childcare. It's a child's right, it's a woman's right. I'm very supportive of helping us move there. I don't want to lose track of the affordability versus the actual reality of being able to have a space, and that it doesn't matter how affordable a space is if it's not a space and if there's not somebody working in it. So I do look forward to working more and making sure that childcare providers and families have a smooth transition on January 1st of 2023. So I would like to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Member. Minister, would you like to make a few comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and then really appreciate the critic for all the questions. I always learned a lot through estimates process, and also appreciate the critic for bringing a lot of stories forward. We're really committed to build a child care service that families can count on, that's affordable, high quality, inclusive, and available to any families who wants to access it. That's the goal, and that is why since 2018, if you look at our Childcare BC plan, we rolled out everything together as soon as possible and as fast as we could, including getting parent savings right away in 2018 budget, accelerated creation of spaces, and supporting early childhood educators. Of course, there are challenges along the way, because this is the first time BC has done such an extensive work and investment in childcare, especially on the workforce piece. Early childhood educators have been struggling with low wages and lack of support for years. This is the first time that they finally get the attention that they deserve, and is a priority for the provincial government, and now the federal government is on board. So definitely a lot accomplished in the past few years, but more work to do. And just really want to thank the critic for the questions and for her time, and also want to give a shout out again to all the team members for being here today to support the work we do, including our DM, our ADM, and also everybody from our operating fund, New Spaces funding data. I can go on and on about all the staff that has been done incredible work, and we've learned a lot during the past 4 years of this journey to provide a new social program for BC families and the core service that families can count on. And thanks everybody's team efforts. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Member, you're going to continue now with the Minister of Education?
Thank you. I actually, if the Minister and Chair will indulge, I'm going to shift around a little bit. I would like to give the Green Party an opportunity to ask some questions, and because of some timing, the preference was to perhaps have them start off today. Having said that, I would like to have my colleague from Mission Lake Country ask the first question. We can then move to you and then back to me, if that is okay with the Chair and the Minister.
I think so. Are we okay with that?
Okay.
Thank you. We're okay with that. So we're going to begin with which member? Sorry.
Kelowna Lake Country. I hope I said it the right one.
Okay, so then we'll just wait a minute until got people settled, and we'll listen to the question from the member from Kelowna Lake Country. So one moment, please. Okay, so the first member is Kelowna, from Kelowna Lake Country. So if you'd like to begin with your question, please.
Madam Chair, and just to be clear that you can hear me as we start.
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. So I've been allocated around 10 minutes. So I do have a few questions within that time period. First of all, to the Minister, to the critic, thank you very much for the opportunity of asking some questions. Really important. We live in an area in our province that's one of the fastest growing in all of Canada, and because of that, it has obviously educational needs as well as others. So on behalf of the constituents of the Kelowna area, I'd like to first thank the government for continuing the investment plan that was made prior to 2017 with Lake Country Middle School. It is now built and being used, and very happy students, faculty and staff and politicians are very pleased with the new school in Lake Country. Also very pleased to hear the announcement of a new school in West Kelowna. Thank you for that announcement. It'll be also very well received. So we're only as successful as our last announcement. So with that, I do have a few more capital projects I'd like to advocate for on behalf of the local MLAs and all our constituents. And then I have a few questions regarding them. So one of the capital projects is the new Glenmore Secondary School. This secondary school enrollment would be beyond 2,400 students within 10 years. All existing space in Kelowna secondary schools will be full by 2025. So just 3 more years and all space will be full. And we haven't started growing in that area. 41 portables are in the Central Kelowna family of schools right now. 41 portables, of course, and they're being financed through operating, not through capital. 15% of students in the Glenmore neighborhood of Kelowna are in portables, and this is where this school would be very beneficial. And a new secondary school would enable consistent grade configuration throughout the district. So the estimated price right now is $127 million for the school, and we would like to put in our advocacy for a new Glenmore secondary school for all the people of Glenmore and beyond. We're also looking at challenges up in Wilden. Wilden is a neighboring area to Glenmore. New elementary school in Wilden is urgently needed. The area elementary schools are already at 130% capacity and will be at 140% by 2023. So again, this is a very high priority. 15% of students in Glenmore are in portables, and the project requires purchasing a new site, which is set aside, and building a new school to accommodate the projected growth in the area for $37 million. So again, another high priority for School District 23 in the Kelowna area. The other two that I would like to advocate for are replacement schools. So we have Nicole Glenmore Elementary Replacement School. This replacement school is over capacity with 660 students in a building designed for 475 students. And it currently uses 6 portables. The school is desperately needed, at least to start the construction as soon as possible. Obviously, these things take time, and this one is $40 million. And the last one, and definitely not the least, is a new Rutland Middle School. And I was elected in 2009, and I've been advocating for a new Rutland Middle School ever since. And my predecessors were obviously advocating for a new Rutland Middle School. This facility is over 7 years old, significantly more expensive to operate and maintain than other schools in the district, and I would imagine other schools in the province. Unsustainable for growing populations. We use 11 portables for 46% of the students. It lacks accessibility and options to improve. There's no space for complex needs or small group learning. And the list goes on as to why we should get a new Rutland Middle School. And I guess the best thing I can do right now is invite the minister to come and have a tour of Rutland Middle School, the existing one, and look with us for options that we can implement. And of course, a new 900 student middle school on the Quigley Elementary property would be our proposed solution. This is just under $59 million. And again, we look forward to touring the minister and explain to her on site to why a new Rutland Middle School would be not only good for the students in the education, but also for the whole community of Rutland and for all of Kelowna. So that's the preamble to my questions. And the questions are, the first one is if the minister can share with us what the 3-year capital plan is for the province, for the education ministry, in terms of new schools, seismic, and replacement. So What is the amount for new schools? What is the amount for seismic? And what is the amount for replacement schools in the 3-year capital plan? Please.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hello again to the critic. And just wanted to say a thank you to the member for the question, and really just to acknowledge the preamble to the question that the member asked with respect to enrollment growth in the Central Okanagan. I think our government has certainly been seized of the need to make investments in that part of the province. So I think, as the member knows and has identified, we have added 1,350 new seats in the district between 2019 and 2021. We saw the I heard myself echoing there. So we, just in terms of sort of enumerating where those seats are, we have, we acted quickly on to announce $40.4 million for a new 600-seat middle school in Lake Country in early 2018. And it was great to see the 750-seat Canyon Falls Middle School open last year in Okanagan Mission. We're also, of course, very working with the district, and I know everyone's excited about the new West Side school, adding another 1,100 new seats to Central Okanagan. So there, certainly has been, considerable work done and investments made. Having said that, I understand that we are, in a situation in our province where we have some school districts who are experiencing terrific growth as a result of, what is a good news story, and that is many people moving to British Columbia to take advantage of the wonderful province and wonderful economy and wonderful environment that we have for people to raise families and live in. So we are going to be, of course, I think as you know, looking forward to working with districts on their new capital submissions, which will come into the ministry by the end of June, and we'll start the process to build for the next period of our capital plan. With respect to the specific funding breakdown in the plan over the next 3 years, we've allocated $3.1 billion in spending, which, you know, again is an unprecedented amount of investment in our school infrastructure. And that is broken down into $1.3 billion for expansion and replacement projects that are designed to, those programs are designed to address enrollment growth and to reduce portable use. $793 million is allocated to accelerating our seismic mitigation program, and $554 million of that is used for, that will go to districts for routine capital to maintain and improve schools across the province.
Member, did you have, okay, you've got your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. Just one more question on the capital side, and 2 questions on the operating side. Thank you for those numbers. Can the Minister identify, out of that $3.1 billion in the next 3 years, how much of that is slated for the City of Kelowna, whether it be seismic, new, or replacement, in the 3-year capital plan? And the City of Kelowna being the City of Kelowna, not West Kelowna, not Lake Country, but the City of Kelowna. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. We don't have the specific breakdown by, I think in terms of what you're looking for, west side of Kelowna versus City of Kelowna for this year. We can get that for you, member. And then with respect, for this year, and then with respect to the remainder of the capital plan, that really depends on the plans that are submitted by districts and the review and the assessment of priorities across the province. So that will, you know, next year's planning will, next year's budget will come out with next year's budget and reflect the priorities that have been submitted by districts.
Go ahead, member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. And I look forward to receiving the information as to how much in the 1-year capital plan has been allocated for the City of Kelowna priorities in schools. And as far as I remember, 3-year capital plans are important because it shows investments in year 1, which make way for year 2 and year 3. For example, you might want to buy the land or do the planning, do the design work, and so on. So if you don't have a 3-year capital plan, it's hard to understand how you would know what's coming down in years 2 and 3. So if there is a possibility of getting the 3-year capital plan for the City of Kelowna in education, I would appreciate that in addition to just the first year. That would be great. Thank you. So the other 2 questions are probably faster. These are operational questions. If the Minister could answer why are portable costs not funded out of capital when growing districts rely on them to function as classroom spaces. So that's the first question. Why are portable costs not funded out of capital when growing districts rely on them to function as classroom spaces? And the second question is, given the increased inflation rate in BC, why was the per pupil student rate not increased this year. And in our case, in School District 23, forcing them to look at major budget cuts. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the member's first question on portable costs, I think that it's just important to understand the context in which school districts use portables and sort of our record on addressing use of portables. And of course, we know that there are certainly, for the most part, portables are used for instructional purposes, but they are also sometimes used for childcare. They might be used for administrative reasons or other purposes that a school district might have. And our investments since 2017 in our expansion program have avoided 600 portables, which would have been required if had we not made those investments. And I think, frankly, we are working hard to catch up on a lack of investment prior to 2017. That sort of lack of investment, coupled with the increased enrollment that we have seen, means that we are, working very hard with districts to work to certainly to diminish the use of portables. With respect to the second question on inflation, I of course want to acknowledge that, I think as we all know, the current inflationary environment is very volatile, fairly recent, and we are working with districts to monitor the impact of the current situation on school districts. And I'd say as well that about 80% of expenditures in a school district are related to compensation. And of course, as folks know, we don't have signed collective agreements yet that would tell us what our compensation needs to be at. And so we'll see those adjustments made in the budget down the road when we have signed agreements.
Member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice opportunity to ask a few questions here, and then I'll turn it over to my colleague from Cowichan Valley. The first question that I'm going to ask, Minister, is a question that I've been asking all of the ministers with respect to the comments that the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation made around reconciliation being a core function, focus of the ministry. Just an opportunity for the minister to maybe outline how she's making sure that reconciliation remains a high priority within the Ministry of Education.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome to the chair, and thank you for your patience. I wanted to be able to provide a comprehensive answer to what I think is a very important question, and a question that is something that I think about every day, that we're working on every day in the ministry, and with our partners on. And you know, the reason that this is such a pressing and urgent question is because we know that despite enormous work, the rate for the completion rate for First Nations students living on reserve and attending public schools was 62% in 2020-2021. Now, that has increased fairly dramatically over the course of a number of years, since a rate of 38% in 2009-2010, but it does tell us that there is considerable more work that we need to be doing. And so the important point, I think, first to make is that we work in partnership and collaboration. We will sort of walk with First Nations and Indigenous partners through the First Nations, our relationship with the First Nations Education Steering Committee, working with individual rights holders, with Métis Nation. And we do that in a number of different ways. And importantly, the perhaps framework for the work that we do is expressed in the BC Tripartite Education Agreement, which was signed in 2018 between the federal government, British Columbia, and First Nations. And we're the only jurisdiction in Canada that has such an agreement that sort of sets out a number of programs and projects that are designed to improve the experience and the outcomes for Indigenous students in our education system. It was also very much driven, part of that was to change the funding system for on-reserve schools, such that on-reserve schools would receive the same level of funding as off-reserve schools. We also work with our colleagues in advanced education, MCFD, and rights holders with respect to the First Nations Children and Youth in Care protocol that's signed in 2020, which is meant to provide, build a system that provides wraparound care and attention to Indigenous students. Through the Declaration Act, we had the Declaration Act Action Plan. Our ministry has 13 commitments, one of which is something we just announced recently that we're very, very proud of and very excited about, and that is a change to the graduation requirements in the province of British Columbia that will require all students graduating from secondary school will be required to have a course or a bundle of credits that will be Indigenous focused. And much work has been done in our education system and in our curriculum to develop the courses such as First Peoples English, where we have been sort of slower. The slower end has been the capacity of districts to actually offer those courses. And so this is really a move that has been called for and was supported by all of our education partners. And you'll be aware that we just recently concluded an engagement process on that, and we'll be moving to the next step of that in terms of working out with our education partners the sort of the nuts and bolts of the delivery of that. We also introduced legislation last fall to provide for some changes to the School Act, allowing the ministry to support the establishment and operation of the First Nations Education Authority, which is a First Nations run body that will oversee education systems run by and for First Nations. And our work will primarily be supporting the FNEA with their teacher certification process. But there will be also important links between the FNEA and our own teacher college, our teacher council rather. We also have seen an increase in targeted funding for Indigenous education, up 42% since 2016-2017. And we work with very closely with our partners in our school trustee partners, with districts, with parent groups, on reconciliation initiatives. And I do just want to take an opportunity to sort of shout out to the BCSTA and to the BCTF, who organizations who care passionately about public education and about equity and about Indigenous students, and who have done remarkable work to really promote and develop an agenda of reconciliation in our K-12 system. Within the ministry, we have recently created and filled a position for provincial superintendent of Indigenous students, whose responsibilities include leading a team within the ministry to provide direct support to school districts on issues related to improving the experience and outcomes for Indigenous students, elements of which are certainly rolled into our framework for enhanced student learning, which sets up a real accountability mechanism for districts in terms of their obligations. And we will be hiring for an assistant deputy minister of Indigenous education, and that is, of course, a recommendation that was in the calls to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action with respect to having senior level leadership on the operational side of the ministry to help lead this work. Finally, I would just say that in terms of working with First Nations rights holders on issues throughout the pandemic. There was dedicated funding for rights holders and for Indigenous organizations to support the work through that process, through the pandemic. And also we work wherever we can through every division of the ministry, but in particular on capital issues as well, even though we don't have, for example, a direct responsibility for funding capital for responsibilities that fall under the federal government. Where we can, we try to identify opportunities, and so we're currently investing in building a gymnasium at a school on Niska territory right now to make sure that the community and the kids in the community have access to a good gym. So it is something that I've been really clear with the ministry is a priority, and we need to be threading that work all the way through everything that we do, and ensuring that work is not siloed.
Recognizing member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the response. In October, the Ministry of Children and Family Development announced a change to their funding and service model. The model is a hub-based model which will provide services in a single location, and access will not be contingent on any designation. The current model will be phased out by 2025, providing direct funding to families with children that had a designation. There was a significant lack of consultation and a lot of concerns raised around this repeatedly in question period. One of the issues that I consistently run into with parents and with children in my school district are children that have a designation, that have neurodiverse challenges, are not receiving the support that they need, or school districts are being forced to make decisions about which students get the EA support and which ones that they don't, because the funding has been not enough to deal with the volume of students. With the change to the potential hub model, where children may not even get a designation because they haven't been assessed properly, I'm wondering how that is going to impact the education system. Will it increase the number of constituents coming to my office complaining that their children are not getting the support that they need in school because they lack a designation due to a decision that was made by another minister in another ministry? Can the Minister of Education please provide a little bit of information of how schools, school districts, and the Ministry of Education is dealing with this change that is happening elsewhere?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess let me start by saying that, at one level, the changes that are being contemplated by MCFD, in a sense, don't have an impact on how this question of providing supports and services to students in the K-12 system works. Now, having said that, of course, we're working with MCFD to understand the model that they're shifting to and to learn about the outcome of their consultation process, and we'll take whatever learnings we can from that process once they've completed it. I think it's also fair to say that our expectation is that in our funding of districts, we expect that they will put resources in place that will support the needs of students who are enrolled in their schools, and we have an extensive sort of process in education with respecting categories in education with respect to what those funding levels are and how students maybe how they fit into the different categories of funding that we have under our inclusive education program. And I would note that the funding amounts for all of those categories increased by 4.3% this year over last year. Having said all of that, I mean, we know that families are waiting for assessments in education. We know that we have an increased number of students requiring assessment, and we have we know that there are districts who have wait lists for those services. So that is a reality that we are aware of, that we work with districts on addressing. But the sort of the short answer is that we'll see what comes out of the MCFD process and what application it has, but there isn't a direct line between what they're doing in MCFD and the impact on the inclusive education program in education.
Recognizing the leader or third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just following up on that theme, I've been noting a lot of districts having to look at what is being cut based on their budgets this year. And I got an email from a counselor in SD 61 indicating that one of the proposed cuts from SD 61 was a full-time counselor. That cut would result in a 693-to-1 student-to-teacher ratio, which is the minimum in the collective agreement ratio. The American School Counselor Association recommends a ratio of 250-to-1. And we know that counselors deliver a variety of services in schools: individual, group counseling, teaching on mental health, early intervention, collaboration with outside services, crisis intervention, self-harm, suicide risk assessment. We hear over and over again from the government about the recognition of there needing to be a continuity of care when it comes to mental health care in the province. But it's pretty jarring to think that school districts are faced with funding deficits that require them to consider cutting counselors. And I think back to when I was teaching over 10 years, well, 10 years ago, more than that, and we had one counselor serving several schools at the time, and the students were certainly not getting their needs met then. I expect that that has gotten worse. So my question to the minister is, when there are proposed cuts to mental health supports in our education system, does the minister consider the level of funding to be adequate when that's the kind of choices that are being made by districts right now?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for what is a very important question and discussion about supporting mental health in our schools. And I can perhaps just start by at a sort of a higher level, talking about a bit about the investment that is there, over $179 million through a number of programs that goes to school districts to support our mental health in school strategy. And that strategy has a number of elements to it, including working at a leadership level to develop compassionate systems leadership across schools and districts. Also focuses on, has a focus on teachers and supporting the development of capacity in teachers with respect to mental health issues, and building capacity across the system as a whole, certainly including addressing issues within the sort of specialty workforce that supports this work. We now have across all 60 school districts provincial mental health leads who are providing, which are fairly new positions, have rolled out over the last year or two. And we're networking those leads and the work in districts in ways that we have not before. And so, for example, tomorrow is the first day of our Mental Health in Schools conference, which will bring together over 300 educators, practitioners from across our K-12 system to address many of the issues that we know are sort of showing up in classrooms across the province. So that work is underway. I mean, with respect to the specialized workforce required to support and execute this work, we have seen considerable increases in special ed teachers, for example, over the last 5 years. That number has gone from 1,578 to 2,245. With respect to counselors, we've seen an increase over 5 years from 500 to 717. And one of the important areas that we're seeing a lot of growth is in the area of educational assistants, who, of course, are very important in supporting children in the classrooms who have disabilities or diverse needs. And those numbers have increased from 9,300 to 11,300 over the last 5 years. Now, having said that, clearly there is, we know that there are recruitment and retention challenges across our K-12 system, indeed across our whole public sector and labor force generally, in part just driven by demographics. And so we, although we are not the employer in the school system, we work very closely with our partners through BCPC, through school districts, and BCTF on these challenges around recruitment and retention. With respect to the budgeting process in school districts, I mean, it is the ministry's expectation, and it's their obligation set out in the School Act, that they consult with their communities and rights holders and stakeholders in the development of their annual budgets. And we see many different situations across the province with respect to this process and with respect to the particular issues that particular school districts are dealing with. And school districts are sort of, they approach these conversations with their constituencies in different ways, depending on their local circumstances. School districts also approach the way that they build their budget for the next year in different ways. Some might take current year spending forecast as a baseline. Others might use the current year's budget as the baseline, but no matter if they are forecasting to be overspent or underspent at the end of the year. And it is also our experience that school districts tend to budget conservatively. We know that what often is they may say during a budget consultation, and then what's approved in their annual budget, and then in fact amended once we actually do the counts in the fall, that has a big impact on what the actual budget is at the end of the day. So what I think is just a bit complex about the budgeting process in this particular sector is that we have to sort of look at it in the context of what historically happens, and the fact that we have sort of a changeable set of circumstances that will be addressed as the actual student counts happen throughout the course of the year. It's a bit of an ongoing, always a bit of an ongoing process in this sector.
Recognizing the leader of a third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the Minister for that. I guess, and this is more of a bit of a philosophical question for the Minister, but if we are thinking about education, and I think about this with healthcare as well, that there should be an equitableness built into that. Does the Minister see the government, the provincial government and her ministry as having a role in ensuring that the experience for children in the education system, no matter where they are in the province, is ultimately an equitable one? And specifically to access to mental health supports and counselors, is that the case right now? And really, is it up to the Minister and the Ministry to ensure that no matter where you're going to school in this province, a child can expect to have equitable access to mental health supports and counselors?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a question that preoccupies me a lot of the time, because I mean, the short answer I would say to you is yes, of course. Of course, we want every child in the province to have not only equity of access to all of the services that they need, but we want equity of outcome as well, and that's important. And if I just think back to our earlier discussion about Indigenous education, that is so much of the kind of the notion that is driving our work in that regard, and also really informing how we do our work in this area. And I mean, I know that the member has much experience in this, frontline experience in this regard, which I think is so important and valuable to hear from. And she will know how much our K-12 system has changed over even the last 10 years. There are many more challenges, but also many more opportunities in terms of how we are addressing what shows up in classrooms. And I'd say that at a sort of a system level, I mean, notwithstanding that, of course, we have one education system, our role as a ministry, as a government in the system, is to work with our 60 delivery partners in that regard, plus our independent schools. And so while we are building out a system through our mental health in school strategy that really focuses on developing trauma-informed practice, supporting frontline educators with mental health literacy, building in social and emotional learning. Those are areas that we do ask districts to focus on. When we provide money to support the mental health in school strategy, we ask districts to focus on these areas. We say, this is what's important. And I think some of the other ways in which we are sort of, building system capacity and networking and trying to build out that notion that, even though we have 60 school districts responsible under the School Act for delivering the education program, we all have to be working together toward a common goal of building more equity in the system. We do that through some of the mechanisms I've already talked about, but also through just ensuring that when we are providing funding, that we build in equity mechanisms in those levers as well. So higher allocations will go to smaller and more remote districts. I'd say that, is it a perfect system? No. Have we reached all of our objectives? Certainly not yet. We know that there is much more work to do, but equity of access and equity of outcome is a driving kind of force in how we are organizing our work and how we are working with our partners.
Recognizing recognizing leader of third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll make this my final question and hand it back to the critic for the official opposition. And I know that the minister has responded to an inquiry from our caucus office on this, and I appreciate the letter. I think we just got it back yesterday, but I wanted to raise it here as well and get a little bit more of a response from the minister. So Fortis BC has created a curriculum package that's being used in K-12 classrooms. About 2,000 teachers have downloaded these resources. And there are some really striking issues with this resource package that really are the only way to describe them is anti-scientific, and that we are, and many others I know have raised concerns, and I know that the minister identified that she'd heard those concerns from other people. But I think the bigger question on this is really what role does the ministry and the minister have in ensuring that curriculum that is being used, particularly when it's being produced by a corporation, such as we had with Fortis, that is providing accurate science-based information in classrooms, particularly in the context of science education. And this was thinly disguised, or not at all disguised, really kind of propaganda for the oil and gas industry, in particular the gas. And so in light of this, I'd just like to hear from the minister about what role she thinks that the ministry has in ensuring that there's accuracy, and what kind of proactive steps are being taken to ensure that any kind of corporate developed curriculum packages like this are indeed providing accurate, science-based information and guidance to students in classrooms in BC.
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to the member for the question. I want to start by saying that I think that this is an issue that certainly it preoccupies me. It also very much, I know, preoccupies students. And I can tell you, I hear from students a lot with respect to their concerns about what is happening in the world with respect to climate change, and I hear concerns from them about what they are learning in schools in their education process around these issues. And so we work with the BC's Climate Action Secretariat. We work with the BC Teachers Federation, with the Institute for Environmental Learning, to build on science-based climate education resources and make those resources available in BC schools. And indeed, there are a number of excellent resources that are available for use in that are available for use in our schools that support our curriculum. Yes, students absolutely should have access to evidence-based, science-based resources. That is our expectation. The question, however, is not so much what the ministry allows with respect to learning resources. That is something really that we rely on the judgment of educators to choose learning resources that are appropriate to the curriculum and to the lessons that they are developing. Having said all of that, with respect to the specific issue that the member is raising, a couple of things to say on this. One is that through this process, I have learned something, and that is that all public utilities in the province, including Fortis BC, are subject to the Utilities Commission Act and regulations, and in that context are actually required to file a long-term plan with the BC Utilities Commission, which among other things includes providing an education program about energy conservation and efficiency for students enrolled in schools in the utilities service area. Now, as to the quality of those resources, again, it is not so much for the ministry to determine what can or cannot be taught in classrooms, but we certainly set out expectations, and I think our curriculum certainly supports the notion that material should be accurate, it should be evidence-based, it should be consistent with the curriculum and the goals of the curriculum. So we, in regard to this question, have, and I'm grateful to the organizations and to the individuals that I heard from with respect to their concerns on this point. We've taken this issue to our Learning Advisory Board, and that is a board that's comprised of all superintendents across the province who help in advising on issues such as this, and they have are going to conduct a review of what we need to be doing and what guidelines we need to have with respect to supporting districts and supporting educators to ensure that we have appropriate learning resources in classrooms. And I would just note, as a final comment on this issue, that as I understand it, I've been informed that Fortis has removed the Energy Leaders curriculum material from the Fortis website and has committed to working with the Climate Action Secretariat in the Ministry of Environment to update the material in the coming months to better align with the current climate change context and Clean BC. And I just finally want to say, I doubt there are any kind of kids watching this process, but if there were, I would want to say to them that I think there's no question that our government, that I think everyone who has anything to do with education is very concerned around supporting the need that students have expressed to be able to understand and take action on climate change. And we're working, and we're going to work with students and educators to make sure we're in a better position to do that. That's all on that. And I'm just going to ask you, Mr. Chair, if there is a time check in case there are any other further childcare questions for Minister Chen, because I think we're just coming close to the end of the day and just want to know if I think we can release her.
Okay.
Recognizing member of West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the minister. I will try and be succinct. I appreciate we have, I'm just getting started, and we'll just be ending shortly. So I would like to just start by clarifying something in response to your answer to the member from Saanich North and the Islands. With the changes to the CYS funding and no longer needing the diagnoses, to receive that funding. What I believe I heard the minister say is that to his question of what will the impact be in terms of funding for special ed and supported needs for schools, is that at this point, it's not clear that there will require to be any changes to the way that special education is being funded in schools now until there's more consultation with MCFD. So may I just clarify that that was what I heard, or if I misunderstood that?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, I think the first point to just be clear about with respect to the K-12 system is that we do have a system that's driven by assessment, that's driven by medical diagnosis, and that is required in order to access supplemental funding. That is not changing as a result of changes to MCFD. And what happens in K-12 on this question is not dependent on what happens with the changes that are being contemplated in MCFD. We are working very closely and monitoring what's those changes, clearly, because we don't yet have a sense of what that model will look like in those places where MCFD and education intersect. So that's what we're keeping an eye on and working closely with MCFD on, and we'll be learning from the outcome of their engagement process.
Recognizing the member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. I'll leave that for now. I may have I need to dig a little bit more, and I may have bring that forward again tomorrow. But thank you for that. Just staying on the special education piece here. Can the minister explain how an equity lens appropriately replaces a diagnosis? And I don't know if this is now going to backpedal from what, if I can just, it's later in the day, I'm going to ask to pause for a moment because I don't want to ask a question that conflicts with the question that we just had here, so I apologize. Okay. I am going to, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to read back something that was in a Ministry of Education paper, or a minister's briefing. We're actively working on updates that support a diverse student population based on their identified learning needs, regardless of a designation or medical diagnosis. So by having an equity lens in all our policies and at the forefront of our discussions and decisions, we can create environments that will allow all students to have more opportunities to succeed. So the question is, if the minister can explain how an equity lens appropriately replaces a diagnosis.
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think maybe the most helpful way to sort of to explain this is just to talk about a bit about the difference between assessment, a formal assessment resulting in a medical diagnosis which is required to access supplemental funding. So that's a formal process of identifying particular needs that are based on a medical diagnosis. And that I would distinguish from sort of what we mean generally by bringing an equity lens, which more relates to the process that happens in a classroom all the time around educators assessing how their students are doing. So that process, there are some formal processes related to that. So for example, I think a concrete example of that is that the member may well be aware of, given your background, is the work that is done around early development indicators, and an assessment that is given by kindergarten teachers every year in kindergarten, and it's work that's done in conjunction between educators and the Human Early Learning Partnership at UBC to kind of have a sense of how children are doing according to a number of indicators, and that really should inform how the educators are approaching, how they're dealing with kids in their classroom. So I'd say that, that overall the expectation is from the ministry that districts are providing the services that students need in order to have healthy, productive learning environments. And that there are a number of different routes that may need to be taken. Some are more formal through, getting diagnoses and receiving particular funding. Some of them are, assessment tools that we expect have what we would call an equity lens incorporated into them.
West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you to the minister through the chair. I'll pick a short one here. Actually, they're probably not short. Distributed learning. Wanted to ask about this. So last fall, the minister walked back the timeline to implement changes to distributed learning. So through the chair, can the minister update us on when the next implementation of the new distributed learning model will be? And will the structure include more than one provincial distributed learning operator?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reiterate just about our the shift in our what we're formally calling a distributed learning program, and our shift to nomenclature of online learning, just to more clearly describe what it is we mean by this particular program. You know, we've seen growth in these programs over time, and a real need to make sure that we are providing the sort of highest quality, most robust programs that we can for those students who are wanting to learn through this mechanism. So that's the objective of the review that we've undertaken. And we heard from some of our partner groups that they wanted more time for engagement and more time for consultation. And so that is something that we've responded to. So we're allowing more time for that engagement and consultation, and we anticipate the implementation of the renewed program in 2023. So that further engagement is currently underway, and yeah, there will absolutely be more than one provincial provider. A number of school districts have applied and are interested, and so we'll be continuing to engage with partners and work through that process with a 2023 target date.
I ask the minister to move the motion.
Honourable Chair, I move that the committee rise and report resolution and completion and ask leave to sit again. That's not the right motion.
I'm going to ask the minister to move a different motion.
It would be great if we could say, but I don't think we can say that. Yes. All in favor? No, I think I need the other motion, which is rise and report progress, because indeed there has been progress, I think, today. Thank you. Honourable Chair, I move that the committee rise and report progress and ask leave to sit again. Thank you.
Members, a vote is about to take place. The question is that the committee rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again. I'm sorry. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate nay. Motion is carried. Thank you, members. The committee is now adjourned.
you.